Welcome to one of the best weekends on the disc golf calendar all year. We begin this morning with the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship just south of Charlotte in Rock Hill, South Carolina. We are welcoming you into the Winthrop Arena, where the top players in the world have qualified for an opportunity to contend for the Throw Pink title, and later this afternoon the MPO division will be playing in the United States Disc Golf Championship, the last major of the season. World number one, Kristen Tatar, in the breezy conditions on the first tee, finds the Mando tree right away.
Hits the Mando, bounces left, so she hasn't missed it, but that is not the start that she was hoping for.
This has been an elusive tournament for Kristen, as much winning as she has done over the last couple of seasons. Katie Alsalu. Nice shape on that shot, and she's inside the circle. Great start for Alsalu. Looking a little chilly this morning.
Should warm up nicely this afternoon, but I don't think we were expecting the breezes that we're seeing right now.
Just heard that we might have gusts up into the upper 20s as we move through the day. Stacey Ronsley also hitting the Mando tree. Kelly White, who won the Collegiate National Championship in FA1. She is member of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and she gets to play alongside the world number one this morning in their opening round.
It's quite a feat in her first year as a PDGA member.
Thank you.
Well, let's take a quick look at Arcana current conditions here in Rock Hill. Upper 50s, indeed a little windy this morning. Temperature should warm up to near 70 degrees today. But if the wind is up, we might be in for a little bit trickier scoring than we expected.
Oh, absolutely. The wind makes a very big difference on this course with so much OB and water hazards on so many of the holes.
Winthrop University Recreation Area, the host of the Winthrop Arena, as we welcome you inside of our broadcast booth. We are inside the Stone House, just across the way from a couple of the holes here at the Winthrop Arena. Good morning. Welcome inside. Alongside the Hall of Famer, Juliana Korver, I am Charlie Eisenhood. Juliana, this tournament is an odd one on the calendar because Throw Pink is just an A tier, but calling it just an A tier really doesn't get to the heart of what this tournament really is.
No, Throw Pink benefits from all of the prestige that USDGC has gained over the years. There is just a magic aura on this property, and you know, the Throw Pink event is here with all the pomp and circumstances, and it feels just as important as the men's event.
Well, you know what it means to play here at this property. This is the first time you competed at the USDGC alongside the men in the year 2000.
Exactly.
And you played pretty darn well out here.
This was my favorite event of the year every single year. I loved competing against the men. I loved competing on this property. It really made you feel like you were a professional athlete, which was lacking back then. So, you know, they were ahead of their time in how they made the players feel.
Were you trying to go through the tree there, split the uprights?
I'll plead the fifth.
So 2000, you missed cash by 5 strokes, but in 2001, you became the first and only female player to cash at the USDGC, which still stands as one of the big achievements that's ever happened here at Winthrop.
I would rank that number one in my career achievements.
Well, now the women get to play alongside the men. It's not a major, but it almost is, and we've seen some really tremendous play. Let's take a look at some of the favorites this weekend. These players also in the hunt for the Player of the Year. Holland Handley, what a win at the Beaver State Fling. And that's one of her multiple wins this season. It's felt at times like Holland has almost ascended to the top spot, but it seems like she's just sometimes coming up a little bit short at the majors. Missy Gannon knocking down the huge putt at MVP Open just a couple weeks ago, and she would go on to seal the points title.
Exactly. That was a season-altering putt right there.
And Evelina Salonen taking down her first world championship down in Virginia back in August. And Kristen Tatar, she's been the winningest player on tour this season. She's got a major win at the European Open. And although the burden of high expectations is certainly something that she has to deal with, she's still been clearly one of the best players this year. Will one of those four take it down this weekend? Second shot for Kristen on hole 1.
Skips a little beyond circle 1. Have close to a 40-foot comeback putt there.
Nice start for Haley King. Couple of birdies on holes 1 and 2. She's currently sitting atop the leaderboard alongside Ellie Mittling. Missy Gannon got an early start today, not up on our feature cards, so she's at even par through 4. Juliana, we were talking before the tournament that we thought maybe we could see a 30 under par total for the winner this weekend, but with the wind up, I feel like maybe that's already out the window.
Yes. We were expecting 70 degrees every day and very calm conditions. That's not what we're experiencing right now. Obviously, the temperature is not going to make a huge difference, but that wind will make a mighty difference on this course.
Well, it's time to check in now with the third member of our broadcast crew. Nate Perkins is standing by with the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship Tournament Director, Sarah Nicholson. Good morning, Nate.
Hey, good morning, Charlie, and thank you. I'm here with Sarah. And Sarah, it seems like it's always something out here at Rock Hill. I mean, you can't just have the perfect day. Talk about what the wind has been like this morning.
It's been crazy. We had our first tee time at 7:30, and it was like, it felt like it was 90 degrees, and then the wind started blowing, and it dropped like 50 degrees in temperature. Had a tee sign get kind of squirrely out there. It's just, I mean, it's windy. It's hurricane season in the south, so we knew it might be coming.
You know, even with the wind, I still feel really fortunate that we're able to get this tournament off. And I wanted to ask you about some of the extracurricular activities that are going on here for Throw Pink.
Yeah, we have a ton of stuff going on this week. In addition to all the pros out here playing, we have a tent in the village that's set up just for kids with arts and crafts and fun things that they can paint and do. We have a clinic on Saturday where the top pros will teach the women. And then Friday is Women's Appreciation Day. All women and girls get in free all day, and we have tons of activities planned for them.
All right, cool. So where's the best seat in the house right now? Where are you headed after this? I'm going to be following the lead card. Where are you going to head?
Yeah, well, I got to go down and check on my volunteers, but every year, and this is my 4th season, I watch every single woman through their first shot here, and I'm not going to miss it this year.
Cool. Thank you so much, Sarah. Back to you in the booth, Charlie.
Thanks so much, Nate, and thanks, Sarah, for all the work you do. Kristen putting for par on hole 1 and saves the par after the misfire off the tee. Take another look on the Zuka replay. Kristen talked in the press conference yesterday about feeling at times like she hasn't been able to stay as focused as she needs to this season. But a focused putt right there to get things started.
Well, I think you mentioned it in the opener, the burden of high expectations. That is very, very hard to play when you think that everybody else expects you to be perfect. It's really hard to stay focused on your own game and not worry about what everybody else is thinking.
Well, a look at the gorgeous Winthrop Lake and the property here at Winthrop University. This lake was overflowing its banks just over a week ago after a hurricane came through, but they have done so much work to get everything ready to go. And now we get to check in with our second feature card to get things started this morning.
Oh, you got it back here? This is the stable boy, huh?
Yeah.
Super stable. You couldn't even reach the basket on this hole with this disc. Feet firm. It's like a tilt. Chandler Fry's throwing.
Evelina Salonen and caddy James Proctor getting ready to go. James trying to run it back after helping out on the bag for Evelina when she won her world championship. Here's Emily Weatherman from Texas, the young player. Got a win earlier this season at the Des Moines Challenge in a typical spot here on the first. Left side, bushes. Paige Pierce won the Women's National Championship here in 2020 when it was a major. Makes the Mando, but well left.
Seattle, Washington. Ella Hansen.
Ella Hansen just reached her career high in PDGA rating, 973 in the October update.
The wind is from behind on this hole, so once it clears that building, the discs are acting like they're a little bit more overstable than they actually are.
Well, that never really stabled up very much, so she's well past the basket. She'll be putting back. Time to go back down to the course. Nate Perkins is with Emily Weatherman for our Idio Walk and Talk.
Emily, this double mando right off the tee, how hard is it to hit when the wind is picking up like this, coming right to left?
So I was definitely nervous, but I've hit it so many times in practice that I was just like, you can do it. So just throw the disc straight. Just do it.
I mean, it was pretty calm all week in practice, right? How are you going to kind of, improvise here today with the wind like this?
I'm from Texas, from the desert in Texas, so I've dealt with wind a lot, and I know how to read it. I just have to make sure I put my knowledge into it today.
All right, Emily, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Pierce. Let's go to the second. Tatar.
Kristen hits the branches, falls down, but is still in a good position to attack the basket.
Weatherman buzzing the basket on the approach, and she'll have a 12-footer left for her par. Simple pitch up for Evelina. Good run from Hansen, but a touch low. So she will have to settle for a par. Players go for here from hole 1, Juliana, and then play back the other way on hole 2. Complete wind change. A tough adjustment to get things started in your rounds.
Yes, though on hole 2, thankfully the fairway is one of the wider ones that they get to play. So there's not quite the scare of going OB.
Weatherman for par. Nervy start for our featured card. Let's go back to the second shot for Kristen.
Kristen's maybe 340 to the pin. You can just see the pin peeking out of the tree in the background. There is OB on the left, but I think she is safe.
She'll have a long putt for her 3. So, Haley King looking good, 2 down through 4. She's tied with Valerie Mondahano in the top spot right now. Stay with us. Throw Pink Disc Golf Championship coverage continues after this.
Welcome to the 2024 Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship. The women's field for Throw Pink is now at 50 participants. I'm really excited about this year because the clinic, which is what kicked off Throw Pink's participation with the United States Championship, is now in its 10th season. And new this year, we're going to be appreciating women and girls everywhere with a Friday Women's Appreciation Day. All women and girls will get in for free on Friday. Good luck to all the competitors this week, and to everyone watching at home, thank you for supporting women's disc golf.
Another birdie would seal the win here. Yeah! For $35,000. Congratulations, Ricky Wysocki, your Pro Tour champion 2022.
My relationship with Suga, it's just like a family. Sometimes they just surprise, send me things I'm not even know. When I arrive home, boom, the box.
Such a great product, and Zuka's always there for me whenever I need anything.
After every tournament, I get a call. No matter the results, they're always there supporting me.
They have so many different things that can be a solution for a disc golfer.
That was really one of the main reasons why we partnered, is because I wanted the best of the best.
How do they know I want that? I'm like, duh, that's how the family thinking about you.
Well, the Disc Golf Pro Tour season may be nearing its conclusion, but disc golf never sleeps. Get ready for exclusive content on DGN like the live DGPT Q Series finale in November, new episodes of the fan favorite Jomez Pro putting game at least a week before they air on YouTube, and a new season of Finding the Lines featuring Paul Macbeth and Dylan Cease, the star pitcher for the San Diego Padres, still in the playoffs right now. Subscribe now to keep up with all the action. On the green of 2, Kristen knocking down the birdie putt. Well played after finding the branches off the tee shot. Puts herself into putting range and knocks it down from circle 2. That's a good sign for Kristen.
Her putting looks great right now, and that bodes well for a strong round.
Back to the tee of hole 2, Ella Hansen.
Ella ending up on the left-hand side. She may be obstructed by that building and may have a very hard time trying to get close to the basket for a birdie opportunity.
Evelina on the right-hand side of the fairway. Let's take a look at hole 2.
Hole 2 is 542 feet. That's 165 meters. It's a par 4. The initial shot plays through these beautiful mature trees. They are fairly wide and fairly generous, but as you get just towards the landing zone, you see these low limbs right here. You need to be underneath those to have the ideal shot that punches through to the short grass. Once past these trees, then there is a mandatory on the left protecting the parking lot. So you need to fly to the right-hand side. You can see the basket just peeking out from that large mature tree. It's about 25 feet behind that tree, but keep in mind that there is OB as close as 21 feet to the right. It's a good 8 feet off of that fence line. So you don't have a lot of room on the right, and on the left you've got about 40 feet to the parking lot, which is OB.
Hansen in deep, circle 2. Salonen. Straightforward forehand approach. If you dodge the branches.
And the OB on the right.
And that looks like trouble. Just check the forecast for the rest of the week, and this looks like it's going to be the only day with high winds. Temperatures are going to warm up a bit, up into the 80s as we get into the weekend. Hansen left with a short tap in for par. Kristen getting set to tee off on the new tee pad of hole number 3. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Feature card getting ready to go on hole number 1. Here's Weatherman. You can see how windy it is out there right now. Pierce. Likes those understable putters. Little floaty in the wind there.
Had a good line, just raised up a little bit with that wind.
Evelina knocks it down.
Saving her par.
And some tap-ins for pars. So here it is, the new tee of hole number 3. It used to be from the left side of the road down across from the high position near the 18th green. They've now moved it across to the other side of the road. Juliana, how does it play now?
Well, visually you can see where you want to land much better than you could from the left-hand side. You can see right here they've got a little square cut out in the foliage that sort of emulates what the other tee did as well, where you had to throw through the limbs. We saw Kristen right there, hyzer off, and there is an OB road, and there is also a semicircle cut out OB on the left-hand side, and I'm guessing that's where she ended up landing. The wind on this hole is going to make it pretty difficult to find safety. There's a cutout OB island in the middle of that. It's not very large, but it's pretty dangerous as far as positioning where most of the women will end up with their strength.
So our feature card ready to go. Last year's champion Holland Handley defeating Kristen Tatar in a 2-hole playoff. But first to tee, it'll be Rebecca Cox. Well, gets through nice and clean on the high side, but well outside the circle.
That's Rebecca's dad on the bag. Owen makes it through the Mandos, but turns it over. She's about pin high. She'll have a long uphill putt at the basket for a birdie.
Monica Sten, Texas State's champion. What a story that was. Two steps outside the circle for Sten. And last to tee to kick off the first round of the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship is our defending champion, Holland Handley. Handley into the bushes on the left side.
25 minutes.
Well, let's take a look now at Corver's Keys presented by Black Ink Discs.
Number 1, stay in bounds. OB is abundant on this course. It is important to limit the penalty throws. This may mean choosing a slower disc to be able to minimize ground play. Follow your plan. Players already know when and where they can be aggressive, but if they find themselves out of position, they shouldn't try to be a hero, at least not on day one. Be present. This course is mentally fatiguing as it contains multiple blow-up holes. Don't worry about the past. Don't look too far forward. Give each shot the respect that it deserves.
Corver's Keys are presented by blackinkdiscs.com, the premium disc golf store. Look along the fairway there of hole number 1. Handley's disc punched through pretty well.
This left side isn't as thick as it used to be, but if you are inside of it, you may feel like you need to give it a little extra strength to make sure that you get through the foliage, which then could mean that you go too far past the basket because there is a downhill slope on the green.
Rarely see players end up over here.
Years ago, there used to be a hyzer shot on this hole, or I'm sorry, a big left to right turning shot, and so people would throw up in this direction.
That's true. When they had the big rock that you had to throw around, kind of a Mando forehand. Interesting to see the changes around the course. Very few changes this year, though.
Biggest change is the tee on 3, which we just saw a little bit earlier.
Sten gave it a chance. And Handley taps in for the par. And Cox, a lot of hyzer on that release, splashes it out left side.
That is her typical release.
Cone taps it in. Cox will take the bogey. And Sten an easy tap in for the par. Let's go to the 5th and check in with Missy Gannon. On the 18th green of the MVP Open, she defeated Kristen Tatar and won the DGPT points title 2 weeks ago. And she is safely across. Nice shot there from Gannon. Looking for a birdie on the 5th to get under par. So this will be the 3rd shot for Kristen after she went out of bounds into that higher grass area. You see the stones as well, a new addition here a couple years ago to demarcate where the out of bounds lines are.
Kristen aiming left of that mandatory tree. Goes straight through the gap.
Well, how about big money Missy? I mean, she's winning this tournament back in 2021 was kind of the start of the big money Missy moniker. And she seems to keep taking down these huge payout tournaments, 10 grands at the MVP Open.
She has such a great ability to stay calm under pressure.
And this was the final moments. After that big putt on 17, Kristen, can't believe it, ends up going out of bounds. Missy with the forehand onto the green safely. She taps in, takes down not only the tournament, but the points title on the Pro Tour. She gets to do the pond jump. And another big payday for big money Missy. So here's her birdie putt on the 5th towards the water. And it's hard to commit to that.
Yeah, the water is 11 feet behind that basket.
A scary green. To the 2nd, Scoggins.
Owen makes it just past the trees at the end of that alleyway. She'll have a long way to the basket, but not really anything in her way. that's a very good shot. She was able to keep that low enough that it didn't hit the limbs and was able to punch through forward. Annika will have a good chance to get close to the basket on her second shot here. Excellent shot by Holland.
That's ideal.
That's fine.
Back over to the third. Does feel that this new tee pad brings the right side OB into play a little bit more than on the compared to the previous.
Well, throwers with as much power as Evelina can throw over that OB island.
That's huge.
Yeah, no problem with that. But players that don't quite have that much distance, they need to actually think about whether they want to try to go past it or stay short of it.
Good up shot for Kristen. Opportunity to save par. Well, it's certainly a beautiful day, even if players might wish the wind was turned down a bit. Great look at the overhead view from our Flight Factory drone. Head over to flightfactorydiscs.com to check out the latest discs and apparel.
Owen staying into bounds.
That's in own range.
Have to be lower. If it go lower, it will be a positive.
This fairway is very subtly uphill, making it play just a tiny bit longer than it looks.
Annika Sten finishing 10th in the Pro Tour standings. A huge jump up from her 32nd place finish in 2023.
There is an out of bounds line on that right hand side. She's going to be close to it.
Handling just a perfect spot and basically a perfect approach. She'll have a tap in birdie.
I'm going to pretend they were.
Take another look. Holland maybe watching some of her card mates get the disc up in the air a little too high. She keeps it low.
Holland was probably also 100 feet in front of those other lies, so she's got a much easier approach.
Holland came into last year's final round trailing both Kristen and Evelina by 6 shots. And from the chase card, put together a masterpiece in order to force a playoff with Kristen and then take it down in overtime.
Shooting 10 under that final round.
It was a remarkable performance. Nice putt there from Rebecca Cox. Back-to-back putts for Sten off the band. As we go from the Norwegian to the Estonian, we can check in on 16 international players in the field this weekend out of 51. Kristen shorts it. After some great putts on holes 1 and 2, leaves it low. She's going to take a bogey. Holland tapping it in for birdie on the second. Take a look at our scores. Chantel Budinsky, 3 down through 4. What a start. She's at the top of the leaderboard. We'll be back.
With a legacy dating back to 2001, Sun King Discs has been instrumental in advancing disc golf across Florida, the U.S., and beyond, partnering with and hosting over 500 events, including the famous Throw Down the Mountain. We are dedicated to bringing joy to players from all walks of life. Explore our extensive disc selection at sunkingdiscs.com and enjoy free shipping on orders of $50 or more. Sun King Discs. Believe in a better way.
Now, Dan, let's meet our women's finalists.
Boom! How hard did she throw that?
I mean, the women's division is getting a lot tougher.
Another one. World champion.
She's not holding back. Nope.
Good round, ladies.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB Disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand, it tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
TeamDiscraft.com, your ultimate destination for exclusive player-inspired releases, collaborations, and collections. Discover limited edition discs, apparel, and accessories you won't find anywhere else. TeamDiscraft.com brings you the gear you need for the ultimate fan shopping experience. Don't miss out on these one-of-a-kind items. Shop today and rep your favorite team.
The Grip EQ team is excited to announce our partnership with Throw Pink this October. Throw Pink is a national nonprofit that champions women's health through engaging disc golf tournaments and events. Their commitment to promoting physical activity and resilience for women of all ages truly resonates with us. We're proud to support their inspiring mission to elevate women's health and well-being. All October, a portion of AX5 and BX3 Pink bag purchases on the Grip EQ site will go directly to Throw Pink. Join us in making a difference.
Well, after the bogey on 3, Kristen Tatar putting for a long-range birdie here on hole 4.
For reference, the last trees before the basket are right at the edge of circle 1.
Back to hole 3, Handley takes the box.
Excellent distance. Little off to the right-hand side, which means she's going to have a pretty big left to right turn to get through the gap, but she's so close that she shouldn't have a problem getting around the Mando.
I want to send it down to Nate. Can you give us a sense of the wind here on this big tee shot on the 3rd?
Yeah, so it's been pretty consistent out of the northeast. It's kind of reaching its peak right now, and on 3, they're kind of throwing directly into the headwind.
I know it just clears that little patch of OB.
That patch that Owen was just to the left of is what I was referring to as the island, and we can see it in the frame right there.
Well, let's fly the new hole 3.
Yeah, brand new look at this. So typically we were throwing from the left. It was an elevated tee. This is also a very elevated tee throwing through this gap. There's really no option other than to try to make it through that window. And as we fly this, we can see by the rocks, there is an OB island on the right and that semicircle OB on the left. And of course, the road along the entire left-hand side is out of bounds as well. The farther that you can get down this fairway, the easier the second shot is. And the second shot must fly to the left of this big mature tree with the sign on it. That's a Mando. We need to go to the left of that. It then turns quite drastically to the right. There is an opening in a semicircle of cypress trees where the basket lives, and it slopes down to the basket. So you really don't want to go too hard at this basket, or you could skip beyond it down into the trees and have an obstructed look at the putt coming back up.
Hurricane Helene did do some damage to some of the trees on the property, including around this very sort of protected green. It's a little bit easier to find your way through if you end up caught on the wrong side of those trees than it has been in years past. Let's take another look at Evelina Salinen's second shot that we saw during our commercial break. And that was her second, so this is a par 5.
That's excellent. She's going to be far enough up that she'll, here we see, she's got a fairly good line to the basket. And because, as you were saying, Charlie, those trees are much more sparse than they used to, you can see the basket through the trees, giving you a better way to calculate the distance and the angle that you need to throw. Wind having its way with that disc, not able to find the gap. Looks like she's going to be behind the line of trees on the left. Next shot may be pretty difficult.
So Owen gets knocked down in the valley, but makeable shot for her forehand.
And she has a beneficial roll after she hits those trees, rolls back a little bit into the opening, so her arm swing will not be obstructed.
Coxie's shot and more towards those trees, a little trickier. Once again, Holland, last throw from the fairway.
Very hard angle to try to punch through there. Was not able to get the turn. Also ends up in the line of trees on the left.
Let's go up to the green. Salonen for birdie. And she is under par on the round. That puts her into a tie for fourth. Well, how about that from Haley King? A couple of bogeys, but then an eagle on the par 5, 8th. That's the first eagle of the day. 38-foot putt she knocked down. Card the eagle. Haley now back into a tie for second. Chantel Budinsky putting for par on the 5th. She is your leader right now at 3 under.
I think that's exactly what she intended to do right there. Happy with an easy drop-in bogey given the wind situation.
So we've got a 3-way tie at the top of the leaderboard. Budinsky, King, and Valerie Mondahano, who birdied 4 in a row from holes 6 through 9. Oh, tough break for Sten.
Though that's the direction that you want it to roll, though it makes the angle tighter, it is in the open. Being a lefty, she should be able to hyzer through that gap without too much trouble from her next shot. Excellent shot by Rebecca.
Owen getting the wind read.
I totally almost forget about it.
Nicely done.
That little gully right there is the muddiest spot on the entire course.
I mean, having seen the pictures from about a week ago, it's amazing the course is as playable as it is right now. Evelina kicks out way to the left, but that's not really a problem on this hole. It's an easy up and down. To the 5th. mentioning some of the work they've been doing here. Look at this, 9.5 million gallons of water pumped out of this lake. I mean, hole 6 was completely underwater until about 3 or 4 days ago. They put out 150,000 pounds of mulch and added all new sand to hole 6 to get that rebuilt. The hay bales, I would never have guessed they were that heavy.
I wouldn't either. It really is remarkable, playing this course. You have to look hard to find any scars created by that damage.
20 dump trucks of debris pulled off the course, and you can see there's a couple muddy spots, but it's hard to tell that there was a ton of damage done. And of course, I think everybody here and in the greater Carolinas disc golf community, thinking about everybody who's been affected by the hurricanes, not only Helene last week, but what's going on down in Florida right now. Just hoping everybody is safe. Little pitch up there for Salonen. I was talking to somebody in the Asheville disc golf community, and of course the damage has been extensive in western North Carolina. Apparently all of their disc golf courses have been destroyed in the Asheville community. So thinking about them, if you scan that QR code, you can donate and help out and with the hurricane relief through the Disc Golf Hall of Fame.
This is the Hurricane Course Relief Fund that's being underwritten by the Disc Golf Hall of Fame. And there are blue jugs throughout the course where people can drop in money or change, but also we're encouraging anyone who can to go to this particular website and donate. It will go through the Hall of Fame. The money will go to courses affected by the hurricane to help them try to rebuild so that people in the affected areas still have something for their mental sanity to be able to recreate and hopefully take their mind off of some of the troubles that they face in their life elsewhere.
Handley in.
That was a great putt. That is an uphill putt, and she did have a low limb, so she kind of had to almost do a little air bounce there to get it under that limb and up into the basket.
Oh, and Scoggins knocks it down from distance as well. So Handley and Scoggins both moved to 2 under. Sten in for par. And Rebecca Cox in for the birdie. So let's take another look at this putt from Holland Handley. She has been an excellent putter statistically on the season from a knee. Knocks it down. That's powered by Nakua Lifestyle Power. Second shot coming here for Kristen on hole 5.
That layup indicates to me that she plans to go over the water on her third shot.
Wow. Haley King. Back-to-back eagles on 8 and 9 and leaping up into first place. Course hole 9, very reachable par 4, 362 feet. So you're going to see a lot of eagles there.
Well, though the tree positioning this year makes it much tighter, so you basically have to go straight at the basket. You can't do any anhysers or hyzers towards that pin, so it's more restrictive. Might make some people choose to go out to the right and lay up.
What a front nine. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, 2 eagles for Haley King. And solo lead here at the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship. Across that ditch. Good spot to be for Evelina. Well, Kristen had a shot to remember here last year on the 5th from a similar spot. With the wind up, let's see how she approaches it. Attack mode, is that going to stay safe? No. A little too far left and skips into the water.
Did look like it was close to the basket when it went into the water, so she will most likely make that putt, but unfortunate OB penalty.
My bag won't fit in
So layers starting to come off as the temperatures climb. The very tight tunnel shot here on the 4th.
6 feet. That's what you have to work with, 6 feet. Mandatory on the left, about 65 feet off the tee, forces the players to go down the middle of this gauntlet.
They also added a tree on the left side. You could just kind of see it through the trunks of those trees, and it kind of prevents the forehand attack, like a chop forehand, to kind of swing it out to the left.
Yeah, I don't really see that forehand anyway, though my mind doesn't see forehands. Because that mandatory is so far down that fairway, I can't imagine that line to begin with.
Well, I can tell you that Nate Sexton was not very happy about that tree getting added, so there must be something there.
So it's already served its purpose, huh?
Such a difficult hole. Let's take a look at scores. Chantel Badinsky sitting still 3 down through 6. What else stands out?
Well, you already mentioned that Valerie had 4 in a row to keep her towards the top of the leaderboard.
A lot of players logjam there at even par. Watching some of the FPO practice rounds this week, players talking about how it kind of feels almost birdie or die, but the shot making and execution required is so much more difficult than in a typical course that you might describe like that. And certainly in these conditions, I think par becomes a much more palatable score.
Well, especially compared to where we've been playing the last few weeks. This course is very wide open, but it has a lot of danger, and so you can't get lulled into complacency. You really need to be precise about landing angles and the lines that you throw. Excellent approach by Owen.
Hole 4 showing its teeth. And Rebecca, fairly close, but these branches can be really tricky to deal with. Bit of an uncomfortable distance left there for Cox. Hanley needs this to avoid a bogey.
Hanley at about 45 feet.
So it is going to be a bogey for Handley on the 4th. Plenty of confidence in that putt, just did not get it on the chains. Haley King, coming off the 2 eagles, takes a bogey on hole number 10. Nice make from Cox.
Good scramble.
Sten is in. So 3 straight pars for Annika and Sten. Sitting inside that top 10. Handley taps it in for bogey. She'll drop back to 1 under into a tie for 5th. And Scoggins in for the easy par. So the treacherous start to this course is behind our feature card. The birdies and maybe eagles are going to start rolling here as we enter the second half of the front 9. Stay with us.
Got a good thing coming, and it's all I need. Everything I wanted, it's in front of me. It's a good, good. Good, good thing.
Eagle McMahon here, and I present to you my Tour of Tear official Team Series Fission Pyro with the Fission plastic. It actually flies a little bit straighter than your typical pyro. Go check it out. You're gonna like it.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
My Zuka car is most helpful because it allows me to carry a massive amount of discs. My backups have backups, and I can fit all of that in my cart.
The putter pouch, that's definitely my favorite feature. Slick, holds everything that I need in there.
The room and the things that I can carry on the course in the Zuka fits me perfectly.
I'm not the tall person right here. I like the handle. It can be up and down. That's my point right there. All I have to do is just thinking about what I'm gonna birdie.
The Power Disc Golf Academy would like to shout out Tom K. When Tom joined the Academy, his rating was 685. Tom has increased his rating by an unbelievable 117 points and is now rated 802. Ezra's max distance lessons have increased his distance and accuracy, and it shows. Great job, Tom. Keep it up. If you want to improve your rating like Tom has, scan the QR code and use promo code DGPT at checkout for an exclusive discount to the Power Disc Golf Academy.
Big shot here for Evelina Salonen, trying to go over in 2 on the par 5 fifth. Not quite. That was almost great.
If it hadn't got that last push up in the air, I think that it probably would have had enough forward flight to stay in bounds.
She's going to have to throw again from the other side. She'll be at the edge of the water. Co-leader Haley King. Low drive on the 11th. We go to the 6th, the beach hole. Kristen.
Playing the low skip underneath those branches very well. She's right at the edge of the beach.
And to the tee of the 5th. Rebecca Cox.
Trusting the overstability of that disc, throwing it towards the water, having it come back. Very nice shot.
Just one birdie so far today on hole 5. Amanda Lennartsson from Sweden, who is tied for the lead right now at 3 down after 3 straight birdies on 5, 6, and 7. Good drive there from Handley. Back to 11. Haley King thinking about her options.
This fairway littered with hazards. Players need to choose which safety zone they are throwing towards.
Green flag for Haley. Trying to get up and down for par. Well, I'll send it back down to Nate Perkins. Nate, it's been a kind of a jumbled leaderboard this morning, and lots of names up there, maybe not familiar household ones. Any thoughts on why that might be?
Yeah, I would have to chalk that one up to the wind. I mean, it's such a fine line between a well-executed shot for birdie and a pretty good shot that nets you a bogey. So I think the players are just going to have to pick the spots that they want to get aggressive from, and when they're out of position on this day, when it's gusting upwards of 30 miles per hour, they just kind of have to take their medicine. And I think 3 to 5 down is going to be a really good score today.
Yeah, it seems like even when players are getting birdies. They're often pairing them with bogeys out here. It's now a four-way tie at the top. Leonardson qualified with her 17th place finish at the European Open. The players ahead of her had already qualified, so she got in. And here she is, 3 down through 7 at the most prestigious A tier of all time. Here's Kristen from the edge of the beach, putting for a birdie. Got it. So Kristen back under par, tied for 5th. Here's Valerie Mondahano, co-leader on the 16th.
Valerie finds the hazard on the left-hand side.
Back in 2021, Valerie had the lead down the stretch of the final round, but some troubles on hole 17 and then on hole 18 left her finishing tied for 3rd. Owen playing to the high side, looking like she's going to go around. The Mando on the 5th is not in play for FPO. So they can go across the water or around on the land side. As we flash it back to 2014 and a look at some of the horrors of hole 17. Johnny McRae had a big lead and watched it slip away, ended up losing in a playoff. And Valerie Mondahano, so close to getting over, but knew that her tournament was basically over as the tears flowed. Walking down the fairway, a tough moment. Would have been the biggest win of her career. And certainly 17 looms in front of us. Handley. Big second shot.
Indicates that she's going to go around wide, not try to get over the water.
And you hear her say, I'm fine with par. Here's Ella Hansen putting for triple bogey. Well, it's a nice make, but that's a big number. Snowman for Ella on the 5th. Let's go back to 11. King. Soft layup for Haley. To the 7th, the bamboo hole. Not so easy in this wind. But Kristen fillets it. Beautiful tee shot. Take a look at the Zuka replay. Just in front of the Zuka lounge, Kristen's forehand dialed.
Perfect control with that wind.
So Nate, what are the players looking at here on the 5th?
Yeah, Anakin probably 310 to cross here. It needs to get legs, needs to get going, and she's done so. What a beautiful shot. A lot of trust there in that disc. And Holland's in an interesting spot. She went a little too straight, so she might be playing the hyzer out wide. And then we're going to have some decisions from Rebecca here. She's probably also 315 to clear the water. And the wind's kind of blowing tailwind right to left right here. Yeah, it looks like she doesn't like the water carry right here. She's gonna play out wide. Yeah, I love that play there. I mean, if you're committing to the par, why not play it out wide? No OB over here, and she'll have 240 into the green with the tailwind.
Just a moment ago, Evelina Salonen, after going out of bounds earlier, makes the bogey putt. So it looks like they gave her the spot across the water. It was very close. I'm a little surprised, given where it landed in the water, that they said that she crossed in bounds. But
granted, we didn't have a very good angle
that's
to
true.
see it.
So fortunate there for Evelina. She takes the par. Owen crosses the water.
You said, I mean, I can flick harder, but nah, not.
Here it is again. Let's take a look at this shot from Evelina. She got the spot right by the basket, so it would have had to have crossed right about there. And
Well, that
you could see that that was pretty close.
I'd say that hit the edge of that land right there before going into the water. So I think that was the right call to give it to her by the green.
I agree. Seeing it on that replay. Just enough for Salonen, and that's why going for it on the second shot there is not so punishing, with a huge reward if you make it across.
Provided that you do get far enough
Yes.
that you can take it on the other side.
So you can see Holland, it's much too technical and difficult to shot right now to try to swing it over the water. So she's going to go land side. She'll have a jump putt into the green.
You would have had a good chance.
Solid drive from Haley King. Kristen for the birdie on 7. Directly into the headwind.
Has her thinking about it.
Someone got the stopwatch running right now.
Stood over that a long
Yeah,
time.
We never see that, but waiting for that wind to die down.
Very good shot. Another low skipping shot underneath the branches. Looks like she is on the island. And by island, I mean beach.
So coming off the birdie, Tatar one shot off the lead, teeing off on 8.
There is hazard on the right-hand side. Looks like Kristen will take a penalty stroke and throw from where it landed.
What a beautiful look at this green and just how dangerous it is. Tap in for Evelina on the 6. That's a birdie. And I want to make a quick correction. Evelina went for the green on her 3rd shot, not her 2nd. So we, at some point, missed a shot in that sequence. So that's why it was for a par after she took the OB penalty stroke and not for a birdie. Sten knocks it down. Hole 5. It's going to yield just the single birdie today. Amanda Lennartson, co-leader. So the players will head over to the tee of 6. OB all along that right side. Couple ways to play this hole.
There's a big, tall, spiking hyzer or that low, penetrating, skipping hyzer underneath the branches. This is going to be a hard hole for Anniken with it being a lefty. The closer you get towards the basket, the tighter the OB line becomes.
Owen Scoggins coming off of back-to-back 1,000+ rated events. What a shot. Perfect from Scoggins. Owen averaged 1,001 at Green Mountain and 1,006 at MVP coming into this event, and yet did not win either tournament. She's the first FPO player in history to have back-to-back 1,000+ rated event losses. Gives you a sense of how good the field has gotten.
That was a good line. It was a little bit short, and it caught that tree before it could skip in towards the green. Holland attempting the high spike hyzer, hitting the first available tree on the right.
Kind of an interesting situation now. It's not a shot you practice.
No, not at all.
Going to be probably forced to go with the low line drive shot. Cox, good shape.
You can see the OB line here, just how close it is to the beach behind the basket.
Well, I was just mentioning Owen going back-to-back with 1,000 rated events and not winning. This is how much harder it's getting to win. Normally, if you shoot over 1,000 for an event in FPO, you're taking it down maybe by a lot. But this year, there have been 10 players who have averaged over 1,000 rated at a tournament and not taken it down, compared to just 2 previous times in history. Amazing.
It used to be that a 1,000 rated round was almost as spectacular as an ace during a tournament.
Yeah. So Handley waiting for the wind to die down a bit. 3 Elite Series wins this season. Well done.
Not the way I meant to do it, but
Over to the 7th. Great look at the Zuka zone. Evelina safely through. We'll come back to the 8th in a moment. Here's Haley throwing her second shot on the par 5 12th.
Way down the fairway. She should be able to see at least the flag from there.
Green flag for Kristen after going into the hazard. So she's lying 3. Back to the 7th. Evelina for birdie. Got it. Evelina Salonen was by far the best player from tee to green last year at Throw Pink, but struggled mightily on the putting green. Just 56% from circle 1 and did not make a circle 2 putt. If she can improve that this weekend, she's got a great chance to win here in Winthrop. Nice make from Rebecca for the birdie. Par putt here for Anniken Sten. She's in.
I did pull it.
Tap in par for Holland. And a great birdie for Owen Scoggins. So Owen moves to 2 under. She's tied for 5th. 2 shots back of our solo leader, Amanda Lennartson.
This is a very tricky green. There's OB on 3 sides.
Looks like it pushed to the left side. There is some OB over there. So after 2 great shots, King goes out of bounds. And another red flag for Haley King.
Haley had to throw from the same spot because on that hole there's a special circumstances where any OB needs to go from the previous lie or the drop zone in the middle of the fairway, which is way behind her.
Seventh shot here for King. That's also, looks like it's on that.
Oh, she gets a green
far
flag
right
on
side,
that one.
but does get the green flag. Oh, there's the Winthrop Eagle and an educational disc golf experience clinic. See the kids practicing some putting. Great to see new players getting introduced to the game. So Owen hits the bamboo. She might be able to straddle out left and give herself a look.
I think she will straddle. Yeah, she's only a few inches to the opening. Very nice shot through the opening, giving Rebecca a good chance for a birdie.
Sten hits the bamboo and gets a friendly bounce back to the right. Wow. Holland, dead center.
Throwing hard with a very slow, very straight disc. Picture perfect.
Just a little bit of baby hyzer on the release, flips right up.
I know, no one's nothing will be. And it's windy? Yeah. Going to tailwind probably the most preferable wind if you're going to have wind. Yeah. And not like ripping. Yeah, kind of wind.
Well, the Fresh and Now concert series is taking place every night after the last putt drops here at the USDGC and Throw Pink. So come on out, enjoy not only the disc golf, but essentially free concerts every single night after that. Treehouse will be playing tonight around 6 o'clock. And it's really fun. This vendor village that they have built out, Juliana, I mean, it's night and day what it used to be here just 5 years ago.
And last year it was amazing, and this year they have 20 more vendors than last year.
Long par putt for Kristen on the 8th. Just lays it up. So she will take a bogey on hole 8. Sten. She'll have a short putt left for par. Scoggins has a good look at it, but can't find metal. Cox can get into a tie for third with a make here. You bet. So Rebecca Cox moves to 2 under. Owned for par. Oh, that almost bounced out, but it sure did. But it stays in. So Scoggins takes the par. And Holland with a great birdie. She gets to 2 down as well. She's tied with Scoggins, Budinsky, and Cox in 3rd place. Oh, red flag for Salonen after a really long tee shot, unable to capitalize. So she'll be in scramble mode. King, that was for triple bogey. So the wild ride continues for Haley King. She has 2 birdies, 3 bogeys, 2 eagles, and is going to take a quadruple bogey on the 12th. Salonen, much better this time. So Kristen throwing her 2nd shot on hole 9 after laying up along the right-hand side.
This is a par 4, so she still is able to get a birdie with the layup.
There is your leaderboard. Leonardson just took a bogey on the 10th, so she dropped back into a tie for first with Evelina. But what a diverse leaderboard we have.
Haley King, unfortunately, falling off the leaderboard with that quadruple bogey.
5 Europeans inside the top 10 right now. So Nate, you know why we are sitting in a little bit of a backup right here? Yeah.
I think Nate actually is changing a battery right now, so
Okay.
we don't have him. But it is possible, I don't know if this is the case, it's possible that hole 16, if somebody turns something over, the fairway of 8 is a hazard for 16. So we could be waiting for somebody playing to the basket just to the right of them.
So this is for par for Evelina. So she's going to be looking at a bogey.
That's a great location. The weight could have also been just a courtesy to people putting on 16. The basket of 16 is fairly close to this tee pad. Beautiful looking drive. It does land behind that big tree, which will probably affect the line that she has on her next shot. Little low, good line though.
Evelina taps it in for bogey and drops to 2 under. She's now 1 shot off the lead. Scoggins and Leonardson at the top of the leaderboard, but tight scoring conditions right now. Pretty cool. Amanda Leonardson getting lots of support from Sweden and folks who want to see her play. She did a GoFundMe to get the money to come across to play in this event because it wasn't in her plans, of course, but because of her finish at the European Open, she got an invite and raised 19,780 krona for her trip over. And here she is, and she's tied for the lead.
You know, every time I've been on the course this week, I've seen her out practicing, and that includes yesterday as we were going to the players' meeting. She was still getting in practice right before the meeting.
About $1,900 US. So nice chunk of money, enough for flights, hotels, and maybe she can win a little bit here as well. In great position. Red flag. So out of bounds for Sten. Over to the 9th. Kristen. Putting for birdie. Nice and smooth. Aside from the one circle one miss, Kristen has looked great on the putting green. She's now just one shot off the lead. A lot of heavy hitters sitting there at 2 under right now. Kristen's score not even updated there. Missy, Haiti Lina, Raven Klein, Deanne Carey, Valerie Mondahano sitting at even par.
Oh, and making sure she's staying away from that left side OB.
That might have gone over that fence.
Once you get far enough down that tunnel, the OB line is on the fence line, and so typically you hit the fence and you stay in bounds. But you have to get past that corner before the OB and the fence are one and the same.
Well, here's Amanda Leonardson, and she knocks down the putt on hole 11. And take another look. Just enough on that left side. And we are waiting to figure out what that putt was for. There are a number of cards without statisticians this morning. So when we know, we'll update you. But either way, a great putt.
A little bit of a dangerous green there, too. There is a big potential for a rollaway if that doesn't go in the basket.
Five birdies in the front. It's the best mark so far today.
will likely be a circle 2 uphill putt towards the basket.
Evelina going across on hole 9, and it somehow skips across safe. Very
Just on the
fortunate.
line. I was worried that it was going to hit that rock and stay in the out of bounds, but she is far enough.
She will have an eagle putt. Tatar on 10.
Pin high.
Just got confirmation that was a birdie putt for Leonardson on the 11th. So she has a 2-shot lead on the field right now. Dream start for the Swede.
You leave one, right?
That's awesome.
If I'm not here. Huh? If I'm not here, I'll be hit this tree in the tree.
Johnny back there, spotter.
But if I go over there,
Johnny, diet.
you stay there, but maybe.
Risk. Never mind, we're good.
What's going on?
This is the line, but do I also get a meter off of
Oh.
this?
Oh. Oh, there's a. Oh,
get a
it's
meter.
safe, right?
I mean, I'm safe.
Yeah.
I'm safe. I'm just wondering my meter release because I think
If
I'm
you're in a corner, you take it a meter in and then a meter in. Yeah. You get a meter from any OB.
Because like a meter would be okay.
Straight, like so that line.
So 1, 2.
So getting it sorted out, trying to figure out where she should take this from. Julian, I know you're a rules expert. Can you fill us in?
Well, so the question is, because it's on a corner, where is the perpendicular? I would just take it straight in left, perpendicular from that line. But then you have that fence right there in your backswing, which is what's causing the controversy here. So in this case, just find something close to the line that doesn't result in injury in your arm swing.
PDGA rules note that when a thrown disc is within 1 meter of a corner, the lie may be relocated on a 1 meter line that extends from that corner through the thrown disc. Not sure that would have really helped in that particular situation. Nice up for Cox. Well, take a look at that. Evelina Salinen's disc barely safe, straddling the line. Take another look at this drive with the new trees by the tee pad in the planters.
Much more restrictive, and then you have the 2 trees here that can potentially keep you from landing safe as well.
Somehow that it didn't even really skip over it, climbed over the rocks, kept going, and then settled itself safely on the line. Evelina's not going to go for it, just going to take the very easy birdie. Sten splashes it out left. So Sten will settle for a par. Scoggins knocks it down. That was for the birdie. She is a clean 3 under par, 1 shot back of Leonardson. And Holland with the easy birdie. So she moves to 3 down as well. So we go back to Leonardson. Leonardson throws both right hand and left hand backhands. Due to an old shoulder injury, she has worked on developing ambidexterity. She's the 2023 Swedish champion.
What a spectacular ability to be able to have either spin in a backhand.
Yes, she's had a hard time throwing forehands because of that shoulder injury, according to her sponsor, Discmania's bio about her. Kristen knocking it down. Nice birdie for Tatar, and the strong putting continues. Well, now we check in with Taylor Chosick. She's the United States distance champion. She threw over 500 feet this week to take it down on a golf line.
I saw the shot. It was amazing.
Green flag, but well left. Chosick still learning how to harness the power.
Evelina looks to be pin high in a similar location to where Kristen took the birdie just minutes ago. Bird's eye view of the 9th hole. You have safety all the way on the right-hand side, where the fairway turns at a 90-degree angle once you get basket high. But as we saw with Evelina, there is an option to go straight up the middle through these trees. This is a par 4, so going up the middle gives the eagle opportunity.
Out of bounds.
On throwing to the right-hand side where safety is, and that is also in a similar location to where the drop zone is, where Holland will throw her 3rd shot from, so she will still be able to get a par on the hole.
It's a sign of how much more difficult they've made this tee shot, that we've only had 1 eagle today. Haley King. Honigan flirting with that OB line, but stays safe.
Yeah, we're not in the wind. No, yeah. I was like, this is not. Yeah.
Let's go back to 12. Your leader, Leonardson. Second shot.
There is no way that that can get to the green from there. And remember, this hole you either throw from your previous lie or you go to the drop zone. So she will not be able to move forward towards the end, towards the edge of the out of bounds. Yeah, we've seen some big numbers here on the 12th.
Saw Haley King take the quadruple bogey. There's been a handful of triple bogeys, lots of doubles. But also 7 birdies, so a lot of scoring separation. That was very interesting flight of that disc. It almost looked like it was going to turn over, but it was so stable that it just hooked right up.
I often think that when the discs are in the air, but Owen does always play very, very overstable plastic, and she knows what it's going to do at the end.
Stand to 8 feet. She'll have a birdie putt. I mean, this may be the easiest par 4 on tour. Do you like that this plays as a par 4?
It's definitely not your typical par 4, and it is a little bit odd because of that. But it is really fun to watch because of all of the options here, because of the people being enticed into going for the birdie. So I don't think I would design it this way, but I really do enjoy having it on the course and watching this hole. Holland from the drop zone. There is out of bounds on the right-hand side.
And it looks like she's found it.
Hold on, guys.
So now the question is, how do the OB rules play on this hole?
I'm going to call provisional just because we haven't seen it, but yeah.
I believe you have to take it either from your previous lie or from the drop zone
That
on
is
this
correct.
hole as well.
Yes, that is correct.
That's a big change this year. A lot of holes have had that altered. So she's going to have to rethrow from the drop zone, of course.
Here we're seeing Amanda throwing from the drop zone.
And she just got the red flag. Things can go south in a hurry on the Winthrop Arena. And that is a frustrated disc selection. Can she make the correction? Oh, that is a lot of frustration in that throw as well.
She's plenty safe over there, but she does not have the easiest shot into the green.
And Holland going very wide again, and that may have gone out of bounds again. Whoa. Now 3 OB strokes for Handley. She's lying 6. At best, she's looking at a quadruple bogey. This is not that far of a shot, but she has not been able to execute that forehand.
Well, I mean, we can see the tree moving around. She's getting that so high up in the air that the wind is just pushing it. That was much more conservative shot there. But I really feel like those were unforced errors.
Wow. So Handley needs that putt for quadruple bogey, which would drop her to 1 over par into a tie for 15th. Evelina Salonen on the 10th into a tricky left to right crosswind right now. Putting for birdie. Chance to take the outright lead with Leonardson in trouble up ahead on 12. Yes, Evelina, the putting has looked good. So 4 birdies in the last 5 holes for Salonen. She's at 4 under. Here's Handley. And she's in.
I think the potted trees on this hole really affect the shot from the drop zone because it forces you to go wide and or high to get around those trees.
Scoggins missing the birdie putt. Had a chance to match Salonen at 4 under. Sten in for birdie. So that gets Sten back to even par. Rebecca Cox with the tap-in birdie gets to 3 under, so she's 1 shot off the lead.
You see, I want with this.
So big swings happening right now out on the course. Leonardson still hasn't finished up hole 12. Here's a second shot for Kristen on the 11th.
Very well played, keeping that low, trying to keep it out of the wind.
That's going towards the out of bounds on that downside of that right hill, and another red flag for Leonardson, and the wheels falling off a little bit here on the 12th.
I think the fact that she's not able to progress forward is really toying with her mental toughness right now. These mistakes very punitive.
Kristen cashes the birdie on the 11th. She's got to share the lead. That's 5 birdies in the last 6 holes for Kristen Tatar. There's a look at the player sitting at even. And there's a look at the top. Leonardson, though, is going to fall out of that first place spot when she finishes up here on the 12th. It's going to be a big number. So right now, effectively, your co-leaders, Evelina Salonen and Kristen Tatar. Oh, man. Disaster hole for Leonardson. A lot of disc golf left. Got to regroup. Everyone's going to take bogeys out here at Winthrop. That does not quite get across the line, so out of bounds for Rebecca.
Hole 10 plays as if it's an island. It is not. There is a possibility to throw to the left. I doubt any in the field will be doing so.
Excellent.
Owen finding safety.
And that's not going to get across inbound. So another penalty stroke for Handley. My goodness. Defending champion struggling in the middle of this round. Evelina goes out of bounds. So Kristen in the driver's seat.
Excellent drive for Kristen. To be a little bit more clear, Evelina is actually in a hazard. She takes a penalty, but she'll throw from where it lands. Or is she? Oh, yes, she's still positioned in that hazard. One extra throw. But she is safe on the green. She'll have a little bit of a dangerous downhill putt.
This Winthrop Arena built around the recreational facilities here at Winthrop University. Tennis courts, baseball fields.
That was for a 3 from the drop spot. Holland also throwing from the drop spot.
Gets it to drop. Best putt of the day for Holland Handley. And a par save. And after the struggles of the last few shots, that's got to feel good. Just not quite enough air under that one from Owen.
From the position that Owen was in, she is putting. If something were to miss long, it would potentially go quite a ways away from the basket because of this slope behind the pin.
Sten in for the birdie. Owen taps it in for par. Evelina to save par on the 11th. She's in. So she has been putting well all day long. Just one miss inside the circle back on hole 8.
Excellent shot, staying left, way away from that out of bounds line, making very good forward progress. And actually, the farther you can get on the left-hand side, the more likely you'll be able to see the flag or maybe even the top of the basket.
So the top 10 changing a bit. Amanda Leonardson dropping down to 19th. She took an 11 on the par 5 12th. So we'll see how she can bounce back from that. She's at 2 over, still just 6 shots off the lead. Evelina Salonen, Kristen Tatar tied for the lead here in round 1 at the Throw Pink Disc Golf Championship.
In a game of precision, when a miscalculation can mean the difference between winning or losing, you require instant, pinpoint accuracy. When you need confidence in your shot, turn to MVP's Parsec Laser Rangefinder.
Backup hole. Y'all ready for this?
Girl, we're always ready.
Yep. Sarah, have you tried this new True Athlete pre-workout? It's so good. Good food, good birdie.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Soup's up. What's even in there? It is birdies.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
Evelina Salonen teeing off on hole 12 as Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship round number 1 continues.
Very good distance, excellent position.
Third shot here for Tatar ahead on the fairway of 12. You can see the pin, a huge advantage.
Now remember, the camera is up above her quite a bit, so we can see the pin. She can at least see the flag. I'm not sure how much of the basket she can see.
Gets the green flag.
Monica finding the traditional first layup spot.
Okay.
Seems like there's more or less just one way to play this hole. Do you see players attacking this in a different way?
Well, the difference comes on the second shot, I think. So I think most players are trying to land right where we've seen everybody so far on this card land, but then it's whether they want to clear the next 2 hazard bumps or just leapfrog to the first one and then
play
to the
par.
green. Yes, very unique hole. You can see all of these circles are hazards, so you play from them, but you take an extra stroke. The first time you step up on this tee, it can be a little daunting and it can be hard to visualize what you need to do. But after you play it a few times, this first landing zone is between 225 and 300 feet on the left-hand side. So you just want to hyzer something off in there, and then you decide how aggressive you can get on your second shot. I think, this is my feeling, I don't have empirical, or I don't have evidence to back this up, but I think that the hazard bumps on the left-hand side after, well, this first one has moved a little bit easier, so you can be a little bit shorter. It's a little bit easier to hit this one, but then it makes it farther to get to the pin. So if you are going from the green, it's going to be over 300 for Anakin to find the green with this shot.
And she sneaks it across, clips a couple of branches, but pushes through and gets the green flag. Here's Tatar's putt for birdie on the 12th. Oh, she shorts it. Second short putt of the day for Kristen. She's looked so good and confident on most of her putts.
Holland going big, finding the hazard. That was kind of similar to some of the other shots that we've seen, just fading off to the right and not coming back in. Not quite having her line accurately today. Excellent second shot, well down the fairway. And also sneaking across the line at the green, we'll have an opportunity for a birdie putt.
Great shot from Rebecca. She'll have a short putt for birdie. Cox just 2 shots off the lead right now. Rebecca Cox has really stepped up her game this year. Do you think that she's going to win that Most Improved Player award?
I think she should.
I think so too. She's up to 964 rated. She's had a lot of top 10 finishes on the Elite Series this year.
I believe she finished around 11th in the standings for DGPT, easily making it into the Tour Championship.
Our first look at hole 13.
Great shot.
Kristen in ideal position. From the hazard, Handley. Oh boy. Fairly aggressive decision to run it there, especially with the wind pushing so stiffly from right to left.
And the land dropping away so quickly behind the basket.
Nate, are you noticing the conditions changing at all, or has it been about the same throughout this round in terms of, you know, wind and temperature?
No, it's getting warmer, but the wind is just still gusting, and this is the toughest stretch of the course. I mean, they're playing right into the headwind on 10, 11, and 12. It's pretty steady, 20 miles per hour right now.
So Owen started to take meter relief, but it's not an OB line, it's a hazard line, so she just plays from there. She is safe, so this is for birdie. And that putt might go down if it wasn't a stiff headwind. Sten. I think she was trying to run it, but maybe psychologically.
You can't tell that this is uphill from where they're positioned. It is. They are forced to put the disc in the air, and with that headwind, that can be kind of a scary prospect.
Great make for Holland. Still a bogey. She's now taken penalty strokes on 3 straight holes. Is a little bit reminiscent of what happened to her at the World Championships this year. Long stretch of solid play and then clustered mistakes. Cox for birdie. Got it. So Rebecca Cox moves to 3 under. She's tied for 3rd. And Owen misses the short putt for par. A rare mistake from that distance for Scoggins. So she's going to take a bogey and drop back to 2 under. Sten is in for the par. Evelina approaching on the 12th, and just to the edge of the bullseye, she'll have a birdie putt coming up. Well, here's a look at Missy Gannon teeing off on 16. She's got 3 birdies in a row to move all the way up to within a shot of the lead. I think that's going to be safe, but not by much. So long birdie look for Missy. Here's Salonen for a birdie on the 12th, and she's in. She gets to 5 under, and for the moment, she is your solo leader here at Throw Pink.
Kristen catches the rough on the left-hand side. Takes away a birdie potential. There isn't an out-of-bounds line there, but she will be obstructed.
You can see her disappointment after a really good tee shot. Beautiful look at the Winthrop Coliseum and the flags of all of the countries represented here at the USDGC in Throw Pink.
As well as all of the states.
Indeed.
That is a fine shot. Pulling that wide left, she will have, giving herself a little bit more distance. So she will have a lot farther to go to the pin. In previous years, it has been out of bounds to land short of that sidewalk. It no longer is, so Owen is just fine right there.
So big tee shot there from Handley. Go back to the 13th. Third shot for Kristen. She'll be putting for par.
Missy is in the hazard, so this is a par putt.
Okay, so that this did fight over to the wrong side of the yellow line. Can't convert the par save, so she will bogey. That's going to drop her back to 2 under. Salonen. Beautiful. That is a huge tee shot.
Way down the fairway. Now, if she had stayed on the sidewalk, that would have been fine because it is the far side, the grass, that is out of bounds.
I've always thought that was a very unusual rule here at USDGC.
It is. It is. It feels like it should be the sidewalk and not pass.
I think it's the only hole on the entire tour where the sidewalk is safe for, but the wrong side of the sidewalk is not. Sten. Second shot.
Good progress, nice and safe, all you need.
Just try to be a big arm, you know, overdrive you or something like that.
Now, I'm not advocating for this, but it's a public sidewalk over there on the left-hand side of this fairway. You know, if you want to just walk your dog back and forth along this sidewalk for a while, you could get yourself a little free view here of a couple of these holes.
Well, I do see quite a few people up on that sidewalk.
But that's not going to get you into the vendor village. But if I lived in one of those houses and I had a second floor balcony, I might sit out on it.
Hauling that way up in the air. A lot of hyzer on the disc. Stays nice and safe.
Course record out here, 11 under par. Evelina shot that last year in round 1. Don't think that that's in play at all today, but it gives you a sense of what we could see later this weekend in better conditions. I think double digits is very possible.
Every hole out here is birdieable, but there are also so many holes that have potential big numbers.
Checking in now with Paige Shue coming in on the 18th. She won the Monday qualifier to get into the tournament. And her husband, Grady, won the men's side, and what a great approach that was. And there you go. Shue's back out on tour with their little one. Great to see. Paige Shue right now sitting at 4 over, but birdie opportunity on 18.
Smart, safe play by Sten, following the fairway, not trying to go over the out of bounds.
Evelina's approach left a little bit wanting after one of the best tee shots you're going to see out here on this hole.
That is so far down the fairway.
We'll see if Evelina still has a look at the birdie.
Now Holland has the distance to get to the pin, but with the errant shots that we've seen on the last 2 holes, I question whether she should be doing so right now.
Out of bounds. This time too low, Juliana.
Yeah, it feels like that was trying to dial it back in as the high shots have gotten her into a little bit of trouble, specifically from the drop zone on hole 9. Looks like she will be going for the green again.
More air under this one. Off the basket. And it will stay safe.
I think she's lucky she hit the basket. If that hadn't hit that, I think that had a good chance of skipping out of bounds.
Let's watch it again from this reverse angle. Would this have had too much speed?
It is coming in kind of sharp, but it's a fast green.
I think it would have been close because it ended up close going off the basket. And you see Holland asking for it to sit down. It just wants to see that green flag and gets it, but it's another penalty stroke for Handley in the first round of her title defense here at Throw Pink. She can save par. But that's 6 penalty strokes in the last 4 holes. Still, she's only 8 shots back. And remember, last year she made up 6 shots in the final round.
Shooting a 10 under.
The swings can be very large here in Rock Hill. Excellent shot from Cox. She'll be putting for a birdie. Step up for Rebecca Cox, finishing 18 spots higher in the Pro Tour standings this season. Up to 13. Salonen gonna have to navigate these trees. Yes. Great make from Evelina, and look at the birdie starting to pile up for our world champion. She's now 6 under par Did she split the uprights here?
I think she did.
Wow, what a putt. Some of the best putting we've seen from Evelina all season. That's now 6 makes from outside 15 feet. And that looked like it was going to be a little short, and it looks that Kristen is indeed in the hazard on the 14th. So Salonen in great position right now. Handley can't convert the bogey putt. Great putt from Cox. She stays hot. Really strong play from Cox. She's 2 shots off the lead.
Having no trouble with that wind, finding dead center chains. Looked like Owen took a little bit off that putt.
Makes a comebacker. But it is 4 missed circle 1 putts today for Owen. Struggling a little bit with the windy conditions. Sten in for par. Holland takes a double bogey. She's now 10 shots back of Evelina. And that happened in a hurry. Here's Missy on 17. She said that she's got a great plan for this hole going forehand, but the wind may be making it trickier than in practice days, and she does not make the island. Here's Kristen from the hazard on the 14th to save par. So Kristen's going to bogey on 14. Gannon
Very nice shot from the first drop zone for Missy.
So let's check in on these scores. Evelina in control, 2-shot lead on Rebecca Cox, who's playing great. Kristen with the bogey drops back to 3 under, and Chantel Badinsky still sitting there at 3 down. She's been at that number for quite a while. Badinsky, 3 straight pars, 3 holes to play. Lina in the clubhouse at even. Ellie Mittling, who's had some highlight moments here at Throw Pink last year. Let's check in with Badinsky, sitting at 3 down, teeing off on 16. This could be a circle 2 look for Badinsky for a birdie. Nate, how's the wind play here on 14?
Yeah, 14, you're kind of protected with this Coliseum blocking some of the wind, but as you get down toward the fairway, it's kind of ripping left to right.
Evelina makes a great tee shot there. She's going to have a good look at another birdie. She's already 3 down in the back 9.
Playing very clean.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Evelina's round so far. 7 birdies on the day.
Set herself up for that easy approach on hole 3 with the beautiful and lengthy drive.
And a really nice tee shot on the 6th, keeping it low. Put herself just past the gate on the 7th.
She's been giving herself so many opportunities, but it's really been the putting that has been the shining light in her game today.
I mean, you think about years past, a lot of these putts would not go in, and she would be sitting around even par.
Which is respectable, just not spectacular.
Right. And instead now she's been converting, and she's got a 2-shot lead. Second place, solo second, Rebecca Cox. Teeing off on 13.
A 25-foot elevation loss from the tee to this landing zone.
That drive ended up shorter than I thought. So, approach shot here for Badinsky.
Trying to weave it through the trees. Those trees are only 5 feet from the basket. Protect it quite a bit.
Stan, the lefty, forced to throw the short forehand. A solid shot from Owen, but that's probably almost 100 feet back of where Evelina's drive landed. Let's see what Holland can get a hold of here.
Good distance, but once again, a little bit high. Hyzer's out into the left-hand side rough.
Birdie look for Evelina here on 14. That's the challenge of that elevated basket. Off the band. Kristen playing through on the clown's mouth hole here, 15. And that's a great tee shot. Back to 16 with Badinsky for par. She sticks it, so she remains at 3 under, tied for third. Evelina for par.
Very good putt. Basket so far above her, putting into the wind. Hone turns that over a little too much. She is safe. We'll have a circle 2 putt. That's a similar location that we saw Evelina make the putt through the trees a little earlier.
Hone checking out Rebecca's fit. Likes what she sees. Holland, forehand from the left side rough. Makes some progress, but birdie out of the play right now. We'll take a quick look here at Haley King's scorecard. About as crazy as you will see. 2 eagles, a quadruple bogey, a triple bogey, a couple of birdies, lots of bogeys. Altogether, it adds up to tied for 30th, 6 over. And she's done with her round.
Sten hitting the basket on her approach. Stays fairly close.
Overhead look from our Flight Factory drone down at the green of 13. Head to flightfactorydiscs.com to check out the latest discs and apparel on offer.
Oh, and very close on the putt once again, but doesn't convert.
Cox forced to just pitch out. She's got that left for par. This for par for Hanley. Got it. So Holland steadies the ship, gets the par, doesn't take a penalty stroke for the first time in 5 holes. Sten in for par. Sitting at 1 under, 2 birdies, 1 bogey. Playing the kind of steady round, avoiding OB that is just fine on a day like this. Nice putt there from Cox. Just sort of throws it into the basket and saves a par. Back to 15. Great spot for Kristen for her second.
Catches a tree. We'll still have a putt for birdie.
Missy Gannon coming in on 18. Fought back with 3 birdies in a row from holes 13 to 15, but then back-to-back bogeys on 16 and 17. Trying to close out strong after becoming the 4th woman to surpass $300,000 in career PDGA earnings at the MVP Open last week. Pretty amazing. Badinski, the safe play. You're going to take that all day in these conditions. Salonen on 15.
Excellent shot for Evelina.
Here's Kristen for birdie. Yes. The straddle putting specialist cashes it.
No doubt. Dead center chains.
Well, just a couple of really short missed circle one putts for Kristen. If she knocks those down, she would be tied for the lead right now. Instead, she's 2 shots back. Here's Badinski's second. So she will take her 5th par in a row on the 17th. Here's Missy's 3rd shot on 18. So she will have a tap-in birdie coming up on the par 5. Beautiful look at the 14th green. Those 800-pound hay bales trying to stop those discs from skipping in on the forehand. The MPO action is underway here at Winthrop. USDGC, final major of the season. So much history.
Missy's approach hopped over that ledge, a little bit more than a tap in.
That's a lot of chains, but it does not stay in. So she'll settle for a par. Back to 15, second shot for Salonen.
Pin high left side. She's probably going to have to try to figure out how to get by that spider tree. Rebecca lining up the hyzer shot on hole 14. This has a very low clearance. Wind pushing that down.
It's all safe in the middle there, but obviously very difficult putt from that spot. Likely a layup coming for Cox. Here's Sten.
Good looking line, skips to the hazard. That's a hazard, not an out of bounds, so she will throw from where it lands.
Oh, come on, baby.
Excellent drive for Owen, almost in the bullseye.
Brother, come on.
Holland hitting the first tree. Kristen on the tee of 16. Hazarding towards the hazard, but she did get the green flag.
Nicely done from Holland. She has that left for par. But overall, really disappointing day for Handley. She was 3 under through 8 holes.
Evelina
Salonen
did have a shot through those trees without having to straddle out either way. So excellent birdie for Evelina.
She's now 4 under in the back. She's got 5 birdies in the last 7 holes. 7 birdies in the last 9. And she's got a 3-shot lead. Even this layup is treacherous.
It really is. With the wind and the elevated basket, you just want to be able to drop in. You don't want to have to putt on this basket.
It's a runnable putt with the upslope behind. See if Sten gives it a go.
Nope, just a layup.
Handley for par. Frustration starting to boil over for Handley. She's not birdied since hole 8. Scoggins misses another putt. Owen has missed birdie putts inside circle 1 3 times in the last 6 holes. Holland heated after missing that putt. She takes a bogey and drops to 5 over. So hazard for Kristen. This is a long look for par. So it's going to be a bogey for Kristen. Let's take a look at the 16th.
This hole is only 342 feet, and it doesn't play quite as long because it is slightly downhill. It feels wide open, but the hazard is surrounding the entire hole. It's very close on the right-hand side, only 21 feet from the pin, basket high. On the left-hand side, it's a little bit farther away, about 40 feet, but we've seen a lot of people hyzering out on that left side and finding it. And then these trees right by the basket really protect it from different angles. They are as close as 5 feet to the pin. That is flying directly towards the hazard. Likely bogey for Evelina.
So maybe give it a stroke back. Badinsky, Miss Frisbee's hanging out there, 3 under still through 17. Katie Alsalu, 2 under. 2 holes to play. Let's take a look at our keys for closing presented by Black Ink Discs.
Stick to your game plan. As the wheels start to fall off, some people might think that they need to play the hero shot. Now is not the time to do that. Just finish conservatively. Commit to each shot. Danger lurks in all directions. Full commitment is needed to keep the line and the angle that you need to keep the disc in the fairway. And control the moment. We're always talking about hole 17, and that plays in people's heads that they walked that hole. So don't let that narrative resonate, and make sure that you can keep the same calm and energy that you normally have while throwing.
Corver's keys for closing are presented by blackinkdiscs.com, the premium disc golf store. Take a look here. If you need a little snack or you need something to drink, help yourself to a couple of treats. Green is good. Green is good. That's a nice touch. Cox should have a window through those trees to approach the green.
Oh, and skipping left, she will have another right to left shot towards the green.
So she doesn't miss the Mando, hits the edge. It looked like that bounced back towards the middle, so should be able to advance with her second shot.
That's in a great position. Can see the opening to the green. Should be able to attack and hopefully get close enough for a birdie.
From the hazard, Salonen. Going to take the medicine. Bogey coming for Salonen, her first since hole 8, and just her second of the round. Here's Katie Alsalu on the 17th. just outside the circle. They do play 2 pin positions on 17. See it move more towards the middle for rounds 2 and 3. So Badinsky, that was her 4th shot, so she will have that left for par. Try to close out. And I beg your pardon, that was actually her 3rd shot, so she will have a birdie putt coming up to get to 4 under.
Very dangerous birdie putt. Very awkward position for her to try to throw from, but she did a very good job of it. Should have an open look at the protected green.
The wooden trussing here on the Clown's Mouth hole was destroyed when the hurricane came through. They've completely rebuilt it. Once again, you can hardly tell that it's not the same as it's always been.
You know, I kind of laugh when you say Clown's Mouth because historically this has always been a triple Mando, but 20 plus years ago the Mando was a third the size that it is right now. I mean, the hole was in a completely different location, but when it was given the name the Clown's Mouth, it was very, very tiny compared to what it is today.
You feel like we need to rename it now?
Well, in my mind, it's just a clown that has the red paint painted all the way to their ears, so the mouth is much larger.
Yeah, it's just that big tree.
Not quite enough height under that one from Handley. Just hasn't been able to refine the form. 4 birdies in the first 8 holes and none since.
She hasn't been off by a lot. It's just the smallest margin, but boy, has it been costly.
Back to 17. Alsalu trying to get to 3 under. Not trying to bite off too much. He'll just take the par. What can Cox do with this shot?
Well, that's not bad for hitting the tree right in front of her. She's on the green, but boy, there's a lot between her and the basket.
Bone's going to have a putt. To the 18th. Badinsky putting for birdie. Understandable decision given the wind. So Badinsky will go into the clubhouse 3 under par, tied for 3rd at the moment. Here's Kristen to get a share of 2nd place. Handley for birdie. Very obstructed look here for Cox. Has to get through this first layer and then a second layer. You see that branch right across the face and does clip that tree. Hot.
I think you're out. Yeah, I think it's outside. I think you're outside, yeah. Yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's right there. I would say
Very good effort trying to turn that disc towards the basket. She got enough turn on it, just a little bit too high. Owen in for birdie.
So that gets Owen to 3 under par. Tied for third. Bogey for Sten. And Handley in for par. Cox also tapping in for par, so she remains in solo second at 4 under. To the 17th, your leader, Evelina Salonen. That took a friendly backwards bounce and stays safe. To the 18th tee. Kristen. Took a bit of a scary roll, but safe shot there from Kristen as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth. Juliana, it's been an up and down first day. The wind certainly wreaking havoc a bit with drives and putts at times. What do you make of what we've seen so far?
We've seen quite a bit of havoc out there. Haley surging and then everything coming to a complete halt with all the trouble that she had on 12. Same thing with Amanda playing so well during the first part of the round and then just losing it all on 12. Evelina playing great, as if it's not windy at all. Her putt is just been wonderful today, so that's been fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Evelina really picking up where she left off last year, throwing the disc great. And the difference, though, is that this time around she's converting on the putts. You know, if she can keep that up, she's going to be tough to beat out here at Winthrop. Salonen laying up on the 17th.
Which is, I think, to be expected, given that the hay bales are 5 feet behind the basket.
So Lennartson coming in on the 18th. She did hold a lead. You can see those birdie run in the front 9, but a brutal 11 on hole 12, and then a couple other triple bogeys down the stretch here, and she's now in 30th place, but certainly some things to build on for tomorrow. And it's not uncommon for a player in their first time playing at Winthrop to experience some of those large over par numbers.
Very daunting downhill putt. I think that was a wise choice, laying it up under the basket.
Cool moment, though, for Leonardson to hold the lead here early in round one. Getting the support of many of her fellow Swedes to get over here and play in this event. Taking a look at the 16th. Looks like it hit that last tree before you get to the green.
Safe low shot towards the pin.
You know, Nate, just looking ahead, it does appear that the wind is going to be down for the rest of the weekend. At least that's the forecast right now. What kind of scoring do you think we're going to see from the field as we move forward into the weekend?
Yeah, I think you touched on it earlier, Charlie. I mean, we've seen 11 under par out here during the throw pink, and I think double digits is entirely possible, especially if the wind is going to be down there around that 5 mile per hour mark for the rest of the week.
Big skipping shot. Wow, that's an excellent tee shot. Back to the 18th. Kristen.
It's a good angle to show you just how much of a side slope there is on this hole.
You'll be the first one, but I'm going to get Lazat and Nels and everybody, yeah. But you should be on there.
Evelina waiting to tee off on 18. All smiles as usual. And why not with a day like this? Here's Alsalu. Second shot.
Very good control.
Alsalu in a good spot to approach for a birdie. Try to get to 3 under, get a share of third place. Rebecca puts it right next to the basket. Should be an easy par. Owen for birdie.
Yeah, Owen.
Got it.
Yeah.
Owen Scoggins picking up back-to-back birdies, and she's now got a share of second place. Nice birdie for Anniken Sten after an excellent tee shot. That gets her back to even par. And that's the first birdie in quite a while for Holland Hanley. That's got to feel good. She's back inside the top 20 with that. Cox taps in for par. And they will take the long walk up to hole 17. And we will go to the 18th for Kristen's third.
Excellent approach right under the basket.
Juliana, what do you think the ceiling is for Evelina Salinen's game?
For her game.
Yeah. Or maybe we say for her career.
You know, she has unmatched power and precision from the tee box. And if she could potentially get to the top of the group in putting as well, I think she would just have an unbelievably dominant season, a season such that we haven't seen in the past. And I think that she could get to the point where she could compete with the men. And that's,
wow.
I mean, not on every course, but I think if she could be as strong in putting as she is in driving, that would be a potential for her.
Even if she can be a top half putter, I mean, we've seen it time and time again. When she putts above average, she wins the tournament.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's so strong off the tee that she can be at the lower end statistically in putting and still win.
And the putting certainly was not great at the World Championships earlier this year. But it wasn't terrible either, and that was enough considering, as you point out, how good she is as a thrower. She gave herself lots of easy birdie opportunities.
She has both spins, good forehand, good backhand.
And what a moment. Her best friend, Hannah Blommer, is coming out with the champagne. She hoists the trophy in Virginia. Holland Hanley looked like she was in position to win the tournament, but struggled in the middle of the final round. Kristen never really found a rhythm until a little too late. Ended up still making the podium, which is pretty incredible considering how she played earlier in the week. Evelina out in front here at Throw Pink. Evelina now has 11 straight Major and Elite Series top 10 finishes. 2 major wins this season. Alsalu in for the birdie to close out her round. So really nice day for Katie Alsalu out of Estonia. And Kristen taps in for the birdie. And she is 2 shots back of the lead. It's Panther Stadium. Take a look at our leaderboard. Badinsky sitting at 3 down, top 5 through round number 1. Let's go back down to the 18th.
Conservative second shot, just making sure that she stays in bound.
Back to 17. Nate, we see the flag waving here. What's it going to be like for the players? A lot of times it feels like that tee pad can be fairly protected, but the wind gets pretty blustery out in the open.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the direction, Charlie, and right now you can really feel the headwind on the tee pad. It's kind of shifting back and forth between slight left to right head and slight right to left, which is a big difference in the shape necessary, especially with the backhand. I was here earlier and I saw just a bunch of these backhands getting slammed. So I really think playing this one safe out wide is going to be the move today with the conditions. Yeah, Owen's lining up pure hyzer here. Throws the body weight into it. Looks like it has the distance, and it gets lifted, pushed out wide, and checks up. She puts her hands up in the air. She knows how big that is to land safe here. Holland's going a little slower speed here. Really needs to make sure to hit this. The wind ripping from left to right as she releases. Looks like she has the perfect distance, and she does. She's safe out wide. Anakin goes with a little faster disc here. Ooh, a slight lull in the wind for Anakin's shot, and that was early out of the hand. Hits the tree and didn't have a chance. She'll head to the drop zone. And this is kind of a test for Rebecca's power right here. Flat to hyzer, needs to glide out. Oh, and it has just enough to get over the hay bales. 3 in, 1 out.
Great stuff, Nate. Thank you so much, and great drive there from Cox. We're going to send it down now to the fourth member of our broadcast team. Brian Earhart is in the clubhouse with Kristen Tatar.
Joining me now, Kristen Tatar. Kristen, windy conditions out there around number 1. Can you talk about the day a little bit?
Yes, it was pretty windy out there. Thankfully, we had a couple of practice days where the wind picked up, so I had an idea how to play with the windy conditions. I did do some miscalculations out there, but it wasn't too bad. I took some bogeys, but I started out with 2 outside the circle putts, so yeah, it was a good day overall.
No, earlier in the week in the press conference, you said the main thing out here is just stay out of bounds. How well do you feel like you did that today with the conditions?
I did pick up quite a few out of bounds shots. I can't even think how many exactly. I think 5 or 6. So yeah, I could definitely play cleaner out here, but on most of the holes you're still able to play for par. Unfortunately, 2 par 5s that I played bogeys on, they sting the most. I feel like they should be birdie every time, but I went out of bounds and just did not scramble well. But yeah, overall it was okay.
Well, 3 more rounds out here at Winthrop.
Yep.
Kristen, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, it was just 4 penalty strokes for Kristen today, but understandable sentiment.
That speaks volumes that you put a just in front of the number 4 when you're talking about penalty strokes.
Indeed. It's been one of those days out here. A couple players have avoided the OB. Owen Scoggins has not gone out of bounds yet.
Or in the hazard.
Or in the hazard. Great birdie opportunity here for Cox. quite enough. So tap-ins for our feature card. Let's go back to 18. Evelina throwing her third shot, approaching the green here on the par 5. Nicely done. Let's fly the 18th.
647 feet, that's 196 meters. This is a par 5. This bush that we see right on the edge of the water is smaller than it has been in years past. That used to require people to throw either around or above it. So this first shot, I believe, is a little bit easier this year. You want to make sure that you stay away from the water's edge and the tree line on the left, because there's an OB that goes that entire distance. There is also an OB line the right side. There's a mandatory halfway that makes you throw down the center of the fairway. The land slopes from right to left the entirety of the fairway as well, making that left side OB that much more dangerous. Basket is raised and on a very severe sloping green. It's also a very fast green with the pine needles and no grass to slow it down. People who end up short, putting out, looking over that water, it's a very intimidating putt.
So here's Evelina for birdie to try to finish out a fantastic opening day. And she is in. She wraps up with a 7 under par, 62. And that's an excellent start to the tournament for Salonen. And I think it's a little bit about the way that she got that done too, Julianne. I mean, she still took 4 penalty strokes today.
Exactly. It could have been much better. And 7 under is good regardless of the conditions. But with the wind today, a 7 under is exceptional.
Last year, Holland Hanley won the tournament with a 23 under par through 4 rounds. So that's averaging, of course, slightly under 6 under par per round. So 7 already above the line, and on a day with these conditions, feels even a little bit better than that. Safe shot there for Scoggins. Great drive from Holland. Wonder if Holland will consider trying to get aggressive and going for the eagle.
She has the distance to do so.
Evelina heading into the interview booth. We'll hear from her in a moment. Becca safely across.
Very nice shot.
Good drives all around from our feature card. So look at the leaderboard. Cox and Scoggins hoping to get a birdie here, get 1 stroke closer to Evelina.
I think Owen was just saved by that tree. She was potentially going to skip out of bounds had it not hit that tree.
It's a solid second shot for Cox, who's really put together a nice round today. Just one OB stroke. Green flag for Sten, but a little pinched off on that left side. So Holland discussing it. Maybe gonna go for it here, JK.
It kind of feels like she is. This goes against one of my keys for closing. Unless, of course, this is how she practiced it every single time.
Sitting at 4 over, though, maybe thinks that she needs it. So here she goes. Nobody's eagled it today. It takes a nice bounce off the rock, and she is safe. She will have a dangerous look at an eagle. Bold decision from Holland.
That was a good throw. That wasn't an excellent throw. She did get a little bit lucky hitting that rock. It had not hit that rock, that would have been too far out of bounds.
All right, we're going to go back down to Brian Earhart, who's with Evelina Salonen. Brian?
All right, joining us now, Evelina Salonen, 7 under par effort in pretty crazy winds out there. Can you just talk about the day?
Yeah, it was so crazy wind today, and it makes it a lot of more difficult today.
What is your strategy like when there's no wind versus today? Are you playing that much safer?
No, it's like same plan all the time, but more stable discs.
Let's think about holes that you want to birdie and holes that maybe you don't care about. Are you trying to play every single hole on this course for birdie, or do you play anything safe?
I think I'm trying to get birdie on every hole, and I know like every hole here is birdable, so I'm trying it.
How satisfied with the 7 under par are you today? Currently, hot round of the day. Do you feel like you need to go lower if you want to win this tournament?
Yeah, if it's not that windy, I feel like I have to play a little bit like better, but I'm surprised because before round I thought maybe even would be good today because it was so windy.
Well, 7 under par, not too shabby. Evelina, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Well, in a way, even is good today, but 7 is certainly a lot better.
Yeah, it's even still keeps you in the top 10, but she definitely should be proud of that 7 under.
Scary putt coming up. Out of bounds for Sten. That's a difficult angle to approach from. OB on both sides. Very tricky green. Blustery day here in Rock Hill. Many of the big names, though, up at the top of the leaderboard. We're well positioned for a battle. Evelina, Owen, Kristen, Missy, all under par. So Sten lays up, looking to close out with a bogey. So another decision to make for Holland, but this time looks like not going to try to do too much. So interesting decision. Go for the second shot, but not going to run the putt. Got to find out where to get one of those hats that Owen is wearing. Got it. Stays behind the mini. What a putt from Scoggins.
Owen pulling the energy from the crowd, making that putt, and keeping her balance and staying behind her mini.
So can Rebecca Cox follow suit and have a share of second place heading into tomorrow? Got it. So Rebecca Cox and Owen Scoggins will be tied at 5 under par, 2 shots back of Evelina. Heading into round number 2 on Friday. And some tap-ins. Holland gets the birdie, Sten gets the bogey. And that wraps up our round number 1 here at the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championships. As we welcome you back inside of our broadcast booth, I want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We've got more to come on the other side during Tournament Central, but just really quickly, Juliana, wrap-up thought on what we've seen so far in round 1.
Very impressed with the aggressiveness of some of these players. Rebecca Cox making that last putt, and with Evelina playing so well, putting so well in these tricky conditions.
More to come on the other side during Tournament Central. Stay with us. You're watching the Disc Golf Network.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag. Feels like a pixel. The first pixel in premium plastic. Wow. Talking about point and shoot. That actually flies crazy. Thanks all for the support and the Glow Pixel.
Discraft built for flight.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Life is good, yeah. Life is good, yeah.
Celebrate 10 years of the Disc Golf Pro Tour by pre-ordering your special 10th season trading cards at the DGPT Pro Shop. These limited edition cards feature fan-favorite players from both MPO and FPO. Do not miss out. Make sure you get yourself a little 1X Evelina Salonen. Who knows what that could be worth someday. I have a sealed pack of trading cards from last year that I'm going to keep in cold storage, and we'll see what happens. So go over to the pre-sale starts October 9th. That's yesterday. The sale is happening now. That's what you need to know. Go to dgpt.com/shop. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Evelina Salonen's round. She is your leader at 7 under par. And it was a little bit of everything today from Evelina. I mean, the putter really looked good.
It absolutely did. And, you know, I almost wonder if these tricky conditions helped her on the putt because it really made her focus a little bit more. And sometimes she falters with not quite enough power on the putt and falls left out of the chains. And there was no way that she would be able to do that with the windy conditions. And perhaps that helped her stay with a straight line.
She went 10 for 12 from C1X today for 83%, 0 for 3 from Circle 2. Though a number of those were just layups. Final hole, Evelina coming in on 18. It's the kind of putt that she tended to miss last year, but she made it today and closed out with a birdie to get to 7 down. She's got a 2-shot lead over Rebecca Cox and Owen Scoggins. Take a look at the final scorecard. 71% greens in regulation. That's the key number for Evelina, and she's always doing well in that category.
And you mentioned before she did have 2 out-of-bounds strokes and she did have 2 penalties, so it could have been much better.
Well, and let's look ahead to tomorrow, right? If Evelina plays similarly in terms of the throwing, the putting, but the wind is down, what can we expect from her? I mean, could she improve on her 11 under course record?
Could she? Yes. Will she? Hard to say. I mean, it's so hard not to get bitten by one of the bad holes out here, one of the difficult holes. We saw that happen on 12 a couple times today. So the key is to be able to be aggressive, but yet play within yourself. And because her ceiling is so high, she still has a lot of opportunities where others don't.
With the stroke and distance rules changing fairly substantially on a number of holes this year, requiring you either to throw from your previous lie or from the drop zone, I think we're going to see more of those punishing holes and have people having blow-ups because you're kind of in a tough spot. You have to keep throwing from where you are.
Or are people going to learn from the mistakes that others have made and know that they need to just make sure that they progress down the fairway and maybe say it's okay to take a single bogey so I don't take a quadruple bogey?
We shall see. Somebody who did not take many of those big numbers today was Rebecca Cox, who put together a great round. Just one OB stroke today. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Rebecca's round. She finishes the day 5 under, just 2 bogeys. Make it 3. She got a bogey on the first as well. But her putter was also looking good today.
She missed a couple early, but then she really turned it on.
On the 7th. Beautiful line. Just sneaks it through the left side. That was for her 4th birdie of the round. Then knocking down the putt on 11.
You know, that was a particularly hard putt because she typically has the nose down on her putts, and with a headwind, that is a very hard combination to get into the basket.
Great make for that birdie, and then closing it out on 18 with one more. See if she can keep it up this weekend. Take a look. A little bit of a quiet back 9, but avoiding the big numbers was one of the key things to do today, and she accomplished that. And that leaves her in a tie for 2nd place, and she's standing by off the 18th green with Brian Earhart.
Rebecca Cox, 5 under, 1021 rated
Ooh.
opening round here at Throw Pink. How does that make you feel?
Oh, that feels so good. It's just, it feels good to put in a good round out here in the wind.
I watched you jam a putt on hole 12, and I was standing right next to your dad. He turned and looked at me and said, "That's a different person right there." Talk about the shift in the mindset and the actual mechanics of your putt this season.
Yeah, the past few years I've been struggling just trying to teach myself a spin putt that really works for me. I've gotten advice from like a lot of different pros and just, you know, going on tour and trying out. I've probably had like a dozen different putts in the past couple of years, and I finally found one that really felt comfortable. And, you know, after just spending a few seasons really struggling with the putt, it's nice to be like in that different mindset now to where I can think, yeah, I am a good putter and I can make these putts and I can be more aggressive. So, yeah.
Well, you've been in contention quite a few times this season, Rebecca. What are you going to need to do tomorrow to stay in contention here?
I think I just need to do what I did today and just stay calm and stay patient. There are a couple times where I could have been more aggressive, but like I laid up for the bogey on hole 5, and I just tried to remember that there's a lot of golf ahead of me, so just stay calm.
Thanks for your time. We'll see you on the lead card tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, it's great to hear the increased confidence from Rebecca Cox. You know, the putting has at times looked good this season, but then she also seems to lose the rhythm. What is it going to take for her, in your mind, to stay focused on that area of her game and succeed this weekend?
Well, I think just listening to her, she has the mindset that can potentially keep her there. You know, we used to in previous years where you could just feel the nerves as she was standing over the putts, and that's not it. Now I can feel the confidence that she has in herself when she's looking at those putts, and that's key.
Well, it's time to welcome in Nate Perkins. Nate, it's great to have you out on the ground today. I hope you didn't lose your hat or anything in the windy conditions. Just curious for your thoughts. We had 6 players with 1,000-plus rated rounds provisionally today, everybody from 3 under and better. And, I mean, I think that speaks to how challenging the conditions were that, you know, that 3 under today was 1,000-plus rated.
Yeah, it makes sense to me when you have a course with OB on every hole and you throw in wind there. You're going to have some players who are blowing up their round, and then they're giving up ratings back to the pool. And so, you know, Winthrop has always been a course that rates pretty well because of that. And today was just so tough out there, Charlie. I mean, every shot, if you weren't completely focused, and you didn't execute the exact shot you were intending, you'd likely, expose the disc to the wind and blew it out of bounds.
What surprised you today?
What surprised me, Rebecca's putting was pretty impressive. There were several times where she didn't have the favorable wind, 28-footer, ripping head right to left, and just kind of took her time, waited for the right moment, found the spot, and she jammed so many putts that we just didn't see that from her in years past. So that was pretty surprising. And then Owen playing 0 OBs. This course has traditionally not been one that suited her game well. She gets put in a lot of uncomfy spots out here where she has to kind of stretch her arm out a little bit to score. So today for Owen to go 0 B was huge.
Nate, we saw Holland struggle a bit on the back nine. Do you think that she's going to be able to bring that back tomorrow, especially if the conditions are better?
Yeah, I think no one right now has a higher ceiling than Holland, so I certainly believe in her ability to bring it back. And yeah, that was another shock today, was Holland's lack of execution. I think particularly on hole 9. I mean, to go for it, I definitely think she should be trying to play for the eagle there. That's well in her wheelhouse. But to not, focus and get the up and down from the drop zone, I feel like is a huge mistake. And she made the same miss, the nose up fluffed forehand 2 times in a row. And that's just not something you're typically going to see from a player at Holland's level. So it was a big shock.
We know that Evelina can really throw it out here. I mean, she's been leading tee to green at this tournament a couple years in a row. Obviously, the putting was looking quite good today. She said that she felt that even par before the round might have been a good number. She ends up shooting a 7 under. She's clearly got to be the favorite at this point. Can she keep it up and win? It would be not quite another major, but it certainly would feel like that.
It feels like a major. I think we should let's just call it a major. 10 for 12 from C1 today is impressive for Evelina. If she can, minimize the misses to, 2 or 3 around, I think she's the clear favorite. It's only when the pressure picks up and she starts having those 3 putts from, C1 is really when she's not near the top of the leaderboard. So I agree with you. She's the favorite right now. She just throws the disc too good out here.
Now, I know you weren't following some of these players, but we've got some interesting names up near the top that we don't always see, including Chantel Badinsky. Thoughts on the success of some of the lesser known players that we don't always see at the top of the leaderboard?
I've always felt like Winthrop is anyone's game. You don't necessarily have to be an elite shot shaper to compete out here in both divisions. You just have to execute the shots that matter, and you have to play smart. So for me, when I was competing, Charlie, I always felt like anybody could win the USDGC. And now same for Throw Pink. Like, it would not be the biggest shock in the world if a Chantel won, or Amanda from Sweden won, or one of the new Estonians came in and swept the tournament, because you don't have to do anything too crazy to score out here.
Well, Nate, thanks so much for joining us here. Looking forward to having you out there all weekend, and hoping it's not as windy for you tomorrow.
Oh, I love it. When you're not playing, it's kind of entertaining. But thanks, Charlie. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Nate. All right, it is time now for our OTB shot of the day.
Because Evelina's in the lead, I kind of want to give it to her. So potentially her drive on 6 or her putt on 13.
I'm trying to think if we saw anything else that would surpass either of those things. Maybe Owen's putt. I forget what hole it was now. Was it 18? It was 18 when she was falling forward. That's what I'm going with. Let's take a look. OTB shot of the day. Roll it. And it will be a shot on the 6th, but it won't be Evelina's. Own put it closer. A perfect skip right into the sand.
Closer by a few inches.
Yeah, that's true.
This was a beautiful shot, playing underneath those branches, finding the green, and in this case, the sand.
So Owen Scoggins sitting in a tie for second place. Join us later this afternoon. The MPO coverage from the first round of the United States Disc Golf Championships begins at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time with Tournament Central. You have to have a DGN Pro subscription to enjoy all the coverage this weekend. And Throw Pink, round 2, comes to you tomorrow starting 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Evelina Salonen out to a 2-shot lead. Rebecca Cox playing great. Owen Scoggins tied with her in second place. Owen staying behind that mini, getting that birdie, and Kristen's in the hunt. She's only 3 shots back in the lead. So join us tomorrow morning. Round number 2, coverage continues on the Disc Golf Network.